Bien. Hola, hola. Vamos a jugar hoy un poco de What Remains of Edith Finch. Según leí, no es tan largo. O sea, igual son unas 3 horitas quizás, pero no es tan largo. Así que aquí, al momento de iniciar el juego, ya empezaba. Así que apreté escape para pausarlo. Y lo primero que me llamó la atención fue este arbolito que inicia, pareciera ser con un tal Odín, tal Eddie, distintas ramificaciones y termina en Edith, que es la única persona que tiene una imagen. Y considerando que el juego se llama What Remains of Edith Finch, supongo que esos somos nosotros. Ya veremos. Ahora bien, el juego no tenía ni siquiera una introducción ni nada, simplemente al abrir empezó a sonar una música y quedamos aquí. Vamos en un bote y tengo algo en mis manos. Claramente un libro que dice Edith Finch. Eh, Ahí está mi mochila. Supongo que es mi mochila. Estamos en algún tipo de viaje. Entonces,
A lot of this isn't going to make sense to you, and
muchas
I'm
de estas
sorry about
cosas no
that.
van a tener sentido para ti,
I'm just going to
¿ok?
start at the beginning with the house.
La casa. Ah, supongo que me leerán lo otro porque no lo leí. No, no me leen lo otro. O quizás se va deteniendo el libro en esas imágenes. No me fijé si activé los subtítulos. No puedo ver subtítulos. O siempre que hable alguien va a estar ese libro. Claro, nada de... No veo nada de subtítulos. Bueno, para el que no entienda inglés, F. Y los que sí, pues que le expliquen a los demás. Entonces estamos en un pasillito. Veamos qué sale aquí. ¿Puedo correr? ¿Es correr o es un zoom? No, creo que eso es un simple zoom y no es correr. ¿Cómo puedo hacer? Ah, todas las teclas hacen zoom. Bueno, control alt y shift me hace un zoom.
I lived here until I was 11, but I wasn't allowed inside half the rooms.
Ok, vivió ahí hasta los 11 años. No sé quién, supongo que quien escribió el libro dedicado a Edith, o habrá sido la propia Edith. Aún así, no podía entrar a todas las habitaciones. Perfecto. ¿Qué hay aquí? Bueno, claramente el lugar de las cartas. Ya no sé.
Inside the mailbox were bills from 7 years ago, marked urgent, open immediately.
eh, bueno, claramente no las abrieron de inmediato. ¿Puedo recogerlas? No. Ok. ¿Y el diario? ¿Puedo leer el diario? No. Ok, sigamos.
I hadn't been back since my brother Lewis's funeral.
Lewis, hermano. Ok. Quien está relatando esto es Edith. Definitivamente. Su hermano, Lewis Hamilton. ¿Qué? Aquí me falta el ja. Bueno, en fin. Cosas de Fórmula 1 aparte. ¿Puedo? Sí, sí puedo. ¿Puedo cerrarla? ¿Cómo le voy a dejar la puerta abierta aquí? Bueno, está bien. ¿Qué le vamos a hacer? La escucho pero no la veo.
In her will, my mother
Ah,
left me
ah,
a key, but didn't tell me what it unlocked.
Uy, una llave. Bueno,
Maybe
tenemos
she thought I'd know, or she thought that the mystery would be enough to bring me back.
un buen análisis, la verdad. Y aquí, bueno, bajemos. A ver qué sale. Claro, sí, ya estaba la casa, ¿no? Bueno, al menos se ve un
The
bonito
truth
paisaje.
is, even after I inherited the house, I never thought I'd come back to it. But now I had questions about my family that only the house knew the answers to.
Ok, ok.
The woods
Está...
around the house have always been uncomfortably silent, as if they're about to say something but never do.
¿Qué me quieres decir algo tú? Ok, sigamos. Bien, ahí nomás el zoom. Oye, esto me va a dar miedo, porque eso no sería bueno. Em, Tiene información sobre Milton. No sé si yo estoy ciego o si eso está muy claro. Bueno, en fin, Milton se perdió. Ese era el otro hermano. Uh, Milton, sí, Milton. Y por ahí hubiéramos llegado si es que hubiéramos tomado el otro camino. O sea, todos los caminos llevan a Roma. ¿Qué fue eso? ¿No puedo subir aquí? ¿Está en condiciones acá? Heredé una casa y un vehículo.
The house was exactly like I remembered it, the way I'd been dreaming about it.
Soñado. Oye, igual intentar limpiarlo un poco no vendría mal. ¿Vamos por el garaje o vamos por aquí? Vamos por aquí.
As a child, the house made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't put into words.
Sí, la verdad es que no se ve muy acogedora tampoco. Eso no me está gustando mucho del juego. Pero ya veremos qué pasa.
Now, as a 17-year-old, I knew exactly what those words were. I was afraid of the house.
A ver, tampoco somos muy adultos. 17 años. Wow. Bueno, veamos qué pasa. Eh, no sé si quiero entrar, la verdad. Pero el Gary, claro, el Gary. Ah, vamos a ver qué pasa aquí.
I hoped the key might unlock the front door. It didn't.
Oye, yo pensaba que la cerradura era lo de abajo. Bueno, miremos. Uh,
Looking in, I felt like the house itself had been waiting for me.
Bueno, ¿y cómo entro entonces? ¿Por el garage? ¿Puedo correr? ¿Saltar? ¿Algo? Vamos por el camino de al lado. Oye, yo caigo por ahí, ¿o no? La música. ¡Ah! ¡Tú!
Crawling through the doggy door used to be a lot easier when I was 11.
Ah, ok. Ok. Claro, y yo lo heredé todo porque si mi hermano Lewis falleció y Milton estaba perdido, claro, supongo que soy la única heredera. Ok. Bicis y no sé qué. Y aquí hay una luz.
The power had been turned off the night we left.
Ok. No tengo luz.
For the first time in years, I felt like I was home.
Ok. Asumo que si se dejó esta casa hace 6 años atrás, ahora estamos en 2016. Asumiremos que sí.
But instead of a family, there were just memories of one.
Recuerdos de una familia. Así es. ¿La receta? Perfecto.
Like how after Louis started working at the cannery, we all got sick of eating salmon. Except our cat, Molly.
Sí. Bueno, una historia simpática. ¿Y
Or
aquí?
how only one restaurant would deliver to our house, so we had Chinese a lot.
Ok, ok. ¿Qué es ese sonido tan incómodo? ¿Dónde entré por ahí? Aquí hay un pasillo y allá hay otro pasillo. Para allá está la escalera, entonces veamos primero por acá y después vemos cómo subir.
The table was still a wreck from the night we left.
¿Destrozada?
It was like a bomb had gone off, killing everyone but sparing the furniture.
¿Qué pasó cuando se fueron? ¿Qué pasó aquí? Es el garage es como una bodega, porque quizás yo no miré bien y esto es parte del garage. Debe ser eso. ¿Esto es una silla de ruedas? ¿Qué no está en silla de ruedas?
My mom was the only one of us who could imagine Great-Grandma Edie living in a nursing home.
Ok, dejaron a las abuelas en un asilo.
Nothing in the house looked abnormal. There was just too much of it, like a smile with too many teeth.
De hecho, tienen muchas cosas en la casa. Está como con muchas cosas. Ah,
Even the
sobrecargada.
fireplace had a story. Edie told me the bricks came from the original house, after it sank.
Ah, ok. En algún momento la casa colapsó, se volvió a construir y reutilizaron los ladrillos antiguos para la chimenea. Eddie. ¿Quién es Eddie? Pues veamos. Eddie. Eddie. Claro, debió haber sido un viejito, bien viejito, que falleció en el 2010. Falleció el año junto con Lewis y Eddie. Fallecieron ambos en el 2010. Ok. Que fue el año en que creo que se fue esta gente de esta casa. Ok, ok. Hay una puerta al sótano. No sé si quiero ir al sótano todavía. Por ahora veamos esta cajita.
Great-Grandpa Sven built a music box for Barbara, along with the rest of the house.
Muy bien, muy bien. Bárbara Finch. Esta es como la sección de Bárbara, ¿no? Es Bárbara. Ah, allá está Bárbara. Por acá, en la ramita de por acá. Ok, ok. Y dijo que se la habría fabricado el bisabuelo Sven. Algo así creo haber escuchado. Yo me hice un cafecito antes, vamos antes de iniciar. Me demoré en iniciar porque estaba preparando esa cosa. Ok. ¿Qué más? Quiero escucharla de nuevo, a ver. Ah, no, no, para el otro lado. Up, up, up. Eso. Oye, violines. Bien, bien. El colgador, ¿cierto? Aquí es la entrada. Aquí vamos a saber un poco sobre la desaparición de Milton, supongo.
My mom wasn't much of an optimist, but she never stopped believing that my brother Milton was alive.
Una lástima, la verdad. Una lástima. Oye, ¿cuándo falleció mi mamá? Ah, no tengo esa información. Supongo que es ahí, mi madre. Ok, no importa. ¿Qué hay aquí?
A lot of things got left behind in the whirlwind of that last night.
Sí, aún no entiendo por qué una mudanza tan repentina en el 2010, la verdad. Mucho libro en esta casa, muchísimo libro en esta casa. Oye, ¿la llave será para acá?
Edie told me once that every Finch who ever lived is buried somewhere in the library.
Ajá. ¿Cómo? Ok. No puedo hacer nada. Ah, ahí. La llave no es de aquí. Ah, esto está sellado. Ah, clausuradísimo. Ok. Algo me dice que esa es la biblioteca. Y algo me dice que ahí hay gente muerta.
After Milton disappeared, Mom sealed up all the bedrooms.
Ah, bueno. Eso podría...
Then Edie retaliated and drilled peepholes.
Ya. Ok. Bien, aquí hay un grupito de insectos. ¿Hay patas? Hay patas. Molly. Ok, esta era la habitación de una tal Molly. Veamos.
Molly always seemed like a girl I could imagine being friends with, if she hadn't died in 1947.
Mira, tiene una habitación bastante bonita y un hámster. Tenía una jaula de hámster. Bueno, bien, bien, bien. Molly, fue un gusto saber de ti. Veamos
I
esta
spent
habitación.
a lot of time playing in Great Uncle Walter's room.
Ok, esta era la habitación del tío abuelo Walter. Tío abuelo, hermano del abuelo Walter. Aquí. Pum. Claro, esto sería hijos, estos serían como los tíos y estos serían los... no, muchos abuelos. Abuelo. 4 abuelos solamente, ¿no? Tiene cada uno. Bueno, ya lo iré descubriendo. La alfombra no la puedo ordenar. ¿Qué voy con las manos en los bolsillos? Bueno, bueno, en fin.
I think my mom sometimes regretted not sealing it up.
¿Por qué no la sé yo? Oye, pero una habitación bastante pobre, pero tiene aquí un trenecito. Esto tiene borde y aquí no hay borde. Uy, ¿qué habrá por aquí? A ver si lo descubrimos.
Lewis told me there were secret passages, but I never believed him.
La llave. ¡Eso!
Turns out, my mom was really good at keeping secrets. Now it was time to find out what my mom had been afraid of.
Aquello a lo que mi madre le temía. Bueno, ahora prefiero ir al sótano. Ok. Dibujitos.
From the paintings on the wall, it was clear my brother Milton had been here before me.
Ok, Milton logró colarse por aquí.
Reading this, maybe it sounds like I had a plan.
Ah, claro, si estoy leyendo el libro. Claro, claro, estoy leyendo un libro. Que no se nos olvide, gente, que estamos leyendo un libro.
But I had no idea what was behind that door.
¿En serio, Andrew, quieres abrir esto?
Just like I had no idea where all this was gonna lead.
¿Por qué escuché la puerta de atrás cerrarse? ¿Y por qué se acaba de guardar aquí? No la puedo abrir. No, no la puedo abrir. Ay, ay, ay. Molly, Molly, Molly. Aquí está la puerta con el
I
hoyito.
grew up looking at Molly's room through the peephole.
Claramente tenía un hámster. No está el esqueleto ahí, ¿cierto? Espero que no.
Molly's gerbil had a tiny bedroom with its own even tinier gerbil cage.
Mira. Esa... Oh, qué simpático. Qué simpático.
Being inside for the first time, I felt like I'd stepped behind a painting.
¿Y esa almohada tan simpática? ¿No puedo saltar? Oye, ¿qué fue eso? Ah, no, es simplemente como... ¿El diario? ¿Puedo leer su diario? Sí, diciembre del
December
46.
13th, 1947. Dear Diary, I'll be gone soon, but I wanted to tell somebody about what's gonna happen. It started when Mom sent me to bed without dinner. I woke up and I was starving, so I looked around for something to eat.
Ahora voy a hacer... ¿En serio? ¡Wow! Ok, un juego interesante. Comida de
The
ratón.
gerbil food was dry, but I didn't mind it.
Zanahoria, tenía hambre. Salir de aquí. Tenía un pececito. Hola, señor pez. Pensé en comerme el
I
pez.
thought about eating Christopher, but I held back.
Hola, Christopher. ¿Cómo estás? Dije lo tuyo, Christopher. Hoy no es tu día de terminar en mi estómago. ¿Ok? ¿Qué más hay por aquí? La puerta que no la vi. Ah, es un baño. ¿Para algo de agua? ¿Qué es eso? ¿Comerme la pasta
I
de
kept
dientes?
eating and eating.
Ok. Ok.
I ate a lot of things that night.
Ok. Bueno, si hay que comer.
Then I heard chirping outside my window.
Me voy a comer el pajarito.
It was a barn swallow going back to her nest. I reached out for her.
Ay, la ventana tiene cadenas. Bueno, por protección, si es un
suddenly-
niño.
I was a cat.
¿Ah? ¿Cómo?
I tried to be quiet, but the bird was really scared.
¿No puedo subir? No. ¿Ahí? No, aquí. ¿Hecho?
Mom and Dad didn't even look at me.
¡Wow! ¿Y ahora dónde voy? Ah, para acá. ¿Me estás llevando a tu nido? O sea, ya es tu nido, ¿no? Bueno, en fin.
I jumped and I almost got her. I could tell she was getting really tired.
El niño estaba soñando.
Now I was up in the big tree. I promised Dad I wouldn't climb it anymore. All
Pero-
I cared about was eating that mama bird.
Comerme a ese pájaro.
I gobbled her up,
Y me morí.
and suddenly I was an owl. First, all I heard was the wind. Then I heard little teeth nibbling in the grass.
¿Un ratón? Bueno, pero a ver. ¿Qué se fumó este niño? Creo que no debía haberme comido eso que me comí.
Rabbits.
¡Ay! Los escucho. ¡Conejos!
I imagined his face looking up and seeing mine through my talons. I swallowed him up, and I didn't chew one bit. Then I flew off to find something bigger.
Algo mejor. Algo más grande, en realidad fue lo que yo escuché, pero ok. ¿Qué podríamos
A
hacer?
mama rabbit.
¿Por qué querría yo una mamá conejo?
She was almost too big to carry. I started choking, but I couldn't stop eating. And suddenly, I was a shark.
Pero, ¿qué pasa con este juego?
I rolled off a cliff and into the ocean. Now, I was hungrier than ever.
Mira, hasta la parte en la que fui un gato
I
me la
wanted
creía,
fat,
pero
juicy seals. I tore off her flipper, and it tasted really good.
no, se me fue la foca. Foca, foca. Allá.
Grabbed on tight. But I was so hungry, I jumped out of the water. When I opened my eyes, everything had changed.
¿Qué soy una serpiente? Soy un gusano. Bueno, diré que soy una serpiente, pero parezco un gusano. O esa es una pata y soy un pulpo. Bueno, pero ¿para dónde quieres que vaya?
Now I was a monster, and I smelled people everywhere.
Ah, soy un monstruo. Qué juego más extraño, de verdad. ¿Vamos a comer a esa
I was
persona?
big, but I moved real quiet. I wanted to stop, but also I didn't.
¿Por dónde se sube? Bueno, claramente por aquí. No se sube.
After the last passenger, I was still hungry. And across the water, I smelled something new. Something I had to have, so I swam towards it. I slithered onto the sand, and the good smell went into an old pipe.
De verdad, qué juego más extraño. ¿Qué estoy haciendo aquí? Que ya ahora
I
llego a
got
mi
closer
casa,
and closer.
me como a mí mismo.
All my stomach started growling. And suddenly, I was me again. I held my breath for a long time, but I couldn't hear anything. I think it's waiting for me to fall asleep. But it's not going to wait much longer. It needs to feed, and we both know I will be delicious.
I'm not sure if I believed all of that, but I'm sure Edie would have.
Ok, ok, estamos rellenando las historias de cada uno. El gato. ¿Puedo caminar?
This will be obvious later, but my mom never told me any of these stories. Edie would have, but Mom didn't like bringing up the past. Though, when we adopted a stray kitten, she was the one who named it Molly.
Qué turbio. Vale. Molly al gatito.
I spent a lot of time in Great-Grandma Edie's room.
Ok. Es la foto. Claro, es la foto de una serpiente. Mira, ¿qué está sonando cuando me muevo? Bueno, claramente fallecieron muchos. Pues,
Louis died a week before we left, but Edie had already started to memorialize him.
ok, ok.
Her room was like a museum.
De hecho, sí. Oh, ay.
For 500 years, the Finches have been famous throughout Norway for their fortune. And misfortune.
Uy. Es como yo, aquí. ¿Cómo? No, no me lo quería sacar. Pero girarlo. A ver.
Odin Finch buries the latest victims of the family curse, his wife Ingeborg and their newborn son, Johan. On January 7th, 1937, he set sail with his family and his house,
Se llevó la
hoping to
casa.
leave the curse behind.
La maldición estaba con la casa, no en el lugar. Ah.
But 40-foot waves off the coast of Washington send the house and Odin to the bottom of the sea.
¿Y esa será la casa de la que sacaron ladrillos para la chimenea?
Odin's daughter Edie, with husband Sven and baby Molly, step ashore on their new home, Orcas Island.
Y ahí es donde está nuestro... ¿Qué es la cara de ella? Parece como la de un viejo. Bueno, no importa. Claro, mi árbol parte con Odín. Odín. ¿Cierto? ¿Puedo apretar escape sin salirme? Claro, parte con Odín. Supongo que su esposa era Eddie y tiene a su hija. A ver, el marido era Sven y la hija es Eddie. Ah, Eddie es la hija. Ok, bueno, pero ahí parte el linaje que tengo yo en mi libro. Perfecto. Desembarcaron un nuevo hogar, las Islas Orcas. ¿Será ahí donde estoy ahora? Ya lo veremos.
Odin Finch is the first to be buried in the new family cemetery.
Ok.
His daughter Edie is already dreaming of a new Finch house.
¿Tiene sentido? Y ahí está, volvimos. Supongo que la nueva casa, insisto, es esta. Ay, no, me saldría con este de aquí. Perfecto. ¿A quién le puse
Whatever's
cara?
wrong with this family, it
A
goes
Odín.
back a long ways.
Ok. Remonta a la historia de Odín. Oh, ¿puedo mirar para allá? No, no puedo mirar para allá. No, es en una dirección. Ok, las pastillas. Ordenadito para que no se le olvide ninguna pastilla. Ahí hay una puerta. Ok. Construido en 1937. Stan Finch. Eddie, what? Go. Veamos.
One summer, they evacuated the island, but Edie refused to go. For a few weeks, she was a celebrity.
Ok. ¿Puedo ver alguna?
I hadn't thought of myself as
no hay
Edith
luz.
Jr. for a long, long time.
Eddie Jr. ¿Quién es Eddie? Edith, ¿no Junior? ¿No la tengo? Claro, porque está Eddie y yo soy Edith. Ok. ¿Y?
Edie gave a big interview about a mole man living under the Finch house. My mom was furious.
Ok. Yo entré por esa ventana. Pues aquí. Ah, era esas puertas.
When Edie told people Sven was killed by a dragon, she could also have said he was building a dragon-shaped slide that collapsed. She could have, but she didn't.
Muy bien. Muy bien. Taxidermia. Bien, taxi. Pero aquí no están los pajaritos, no. Son solo fotos. Ok. Bueno, sigamos con la otra habitación.
Even in her 90s, sometimes Edie seemed a lot younger than my mother.
Eddie, mi abuela directa, ahí quizás me perdí. No creo, ¿no? Era una tía abuela. Bueno, tenía su baño.
The only trace Grandpa Sam's first wife, Kay, left on the house was the pink bathroom. It was a pretty big trace.
Pues sí, la verdad es que sí. Que la misma llave para eso. Vamos a hacer la misma llave. ¿No puedo meter aquí? Se bañaba en una silla. Oye, estaba viejita. 90 años, pues claro. Veamos. ¿Qué nueva historia tenemos para... Me subí a la... Hay un secreto en este baño por Sven and Eddie Finch. Ok.
There's a secret in this bathroom.
Claro, hay un secreto en este baño.
It's in the last place you would look.
Estos son como una guía. Abro ese mueble.
It isn't in the cupboard.
No, no está en ese mueble.
It's hidden in this book.
Está oculto en este libro. Ah, claro. Y tú, Edith, llegas así, entras como si... Ay, Dios mío.
Sven gave Sam an old camera he'd refurbished. He never put it down.
Ok. Uy, para allá. Para allá se vienen cositas. ¿Hay algo que pueda haber por aquí? Pareciera ser que nada. Ok. Caminemos entonces. Milton. Milton era mi hermano. Milton was here. Y arriba no hay nada y se escucha viento. Oye, pero esto está así como... Ah, es que está abierta la puerta. Claro, si estuviera cerrada nadie lo notaría. Esta será la habitación de Sam. El fuerte Calvi. Bueno. ¿Por qué se escucha tan fuerte el viento? ¿Hay algo abierto? Bueno, en fin. Ah, las medidas en la pared. Galerilla para el centro de comando. Ok. Aunque allá es donde está lo bueno. Porque acá no veo ninguna cosa para marcar. Uy, aquí hay otra escalerita. Como una escalera para tirarme aquí. Ok. Vamos al fuerte. O sea, al
I
centro de
knew
comando.
Grandpa Sam had a twin.
Ah, Sam tenía un hermano gemelo. A ver, Sam. Sam. Habrá sido Kelvin. Porque, claro, si es fuerte Kelvin. Fuerte Kelvin. Fuerte Sam. Eso explica mucho. Sam, ahí, le gustaba el parque. Ya Kelvin le gustaba el espacio.
And that
Oye,
he never talked about him.
nunca hablaba de él. Un alargador, ¿cierto? Cablecito aquí.
I guess my grandpa didn't like history any more than my mom did.
Sam era mi abuelo. Calvin era mi abuelo. ¿Cuál era mi abuelo? Bueno, Calvin tenía una fotito y su casa. Otro diario. Qué historia
How I
extraña.
Want to Remember My Brother by Sam Finch. The thing I remember is that when he made up his mind, that was it. My brother said he'd die before he ate another mushroom. And he did. At Barbara's funeral, he swore he'd never be afraid again. And he wasn't. I think Calvin always wanted to fly.
Sam! Calvin! Dinner's ready! Coming!
But that day, he finally made up his mind to do it.
¿Hacer qué?
I told him going around was impossible.
Ah, quiero girar. Ok. Quiero girar, pues vamos. Ya tiene un pie roto, pero él quiere girar. Ok.
Maybe if I hadn't said that.
Calvin! I'm not gonna tell you again!
Maybe if the wind hadn't picked up. Then maybe he'd still be here. But I doubt it.
¿Se murió ese día?
I think he'd already made up his mind. That's what I want to remember about my brother.
¿Qué? ¿Siguió
The day
girando?
he made up his mind to fly. And he did.
Calvin's story felt strangely familiar. When I was younger, I remember trying to do the exact same thing.
Claro, Sam está ahí en el medio. Sam es mi abuelo. Calvin era su hermano gemelo. Wow.
After the funeral, Edie roped off Calvin's half of the room.
Claro, por eso pusieron esto.
Mom said Grandpa Sam enlisted at 18 and never set foot in the room again.
Claro, se metió a la milicia y ya está. Calvin llegó hasta ahí, mientras que mi abuelo siguió. Una historia impactante, la verdad. Bueno, aquí seguirán los pasadizos. ¿Para dónde? ¿Para arriba? Para arriba.
The passages were a pretty tight fit. They'd obviously been built for smaller hands and bellies.
Podría ir por aquí o podría seguir. ¿Qué hacemos? No me interesa ver qué hay ahí. Volvimos a la escalera. Bárbara. Claro, esta es la habitación a la que iba a ir ahora.
Barbara was a child star for 2 years, until America grew out of it.
Ok. Esto es como para tener un descanso antes de...
Edie's father, Odin, built the original house.
Y después me meto ahí nomás y sigo con la historia, supongo.
Whenever people ask me about my family, the first thing they always want to know about is Barbara.
Claro, ella fue una famosa de pequeña. Por aquí fue por el pasillo. Pensé. El de allá. Por aquí. Por ahí comencé. Y veamos estas puertas. A ver. Eddie y
The
Sven.
last time I was in Edith Sr.'s room, I was 10 and she was painting my portrait.
¿Quién fue Edith Sr.? Ah, es Eddie, pero por alguna razón le dicen Edith. Ok, ¿qué hay aquí? Gregory.
As a kid, I just assumed every house had peepholes and sealed rooms you weren't allowed inside of.
Claro, se normalizan esas cosas. Y Calvin.
My
Bueno,
grandpa
esto-
Sam spent 7 years sharing a room with his dead brother, Calvin.
Ahora, me preocupa que Calvin está en esta rama completa y me genera mucha curiosidad Walter. Porque Walter tiene una rama mucho más pequeña, pero vivió harto tiempo más que su hermano fallecido. ¿Cómo que su hermano? ¿Por qué dijo 6 y aquí son 11 años de diferencia? No sé si las traducciones o me pierdo de algo yo en el camino. Bueno, en fin. Y volvemos con Bárbara, ¿o no? ¿Puedo subir por aquí?
Mom must have locked the third floor stairs on the night we left.
Tranquila, ya llegaré ya. Oye, nunca fui al sótano. Bueno, no importa. ¿Puedo darme la vuelta así? Sí. Ah, no estoy tan gordita. Ay, no vi cuántos vivió
Growing
Bárbara.
up, I always thought of Barbara as a child star.
¿Cuánto vivió Bárbara? Bárbara. Del 44 al 60. Oh, igual fue poco. Poco. 16 años. Yo tengo 17, o sea, ya muerta, si fuera Bárbara. La puerta. Y pues nada, claramente mi amigo Pie Grande. Una foto con Pie Grande. Y esa fue la única. Fue la única película que hizo, pareciera ser. Andaba en patines en su adolescencia. Ya. Discos. ¿Una pizza? Ah, una torta. No. ¿Qué? Ah, debe ser una pizza con pelas. Bueno, no importa.
I never thought about how hard it must have been for her afterwards.
La fama adolescente también puede ser algo negativo. Bueno, veamos. Un cómic.
Of all the stories people wrote about Barbara's death, I'm surprised Edie saved this one.
De todas las historias que escribió la gente sobre Bárbara, me sorprende que Eddie guardara esta. Creo que eso no se vio completo. La posición en la cámara, pero bueno. Veamos qué cuenta la historia. Aquí está el viejo calabaz. Ah, nos van a mostrar el video.
Jack here with another ghastly tale inspired by
Verán la
America's most
famosa más desventurada de
unfortunate
América.
family. I'm calling it The
El final
Surprise
sorpresa
Ending
de Bárbara
of Barbara Finch. As a child star, Barbara was famous for her scream. Now at 16, she was all washed up. A has-been. But in a lucky break, she'd been asked to perform her signature scream at
Pero
a
la fortuna
local
pareció volver a
convention for
sonreírle.
monster movie fans.
Convención
It was just
local de
the boost
aficionados.
her career needed.
¿Cuál de su
Unfortunately,
carrera?
her scream hadn't aged well.
Getting better. I think you just need the right motivation.
Her biggest fan and current boyfriend, Rick, was about to demonstrate when...
Now that was a great scream.
It was Barbara's father, Sven. He'd slipped into a table saw and had to be rushed to the emergency room. So Barbara got stuck babysitting her youngest brother, Walter. Her convention comeback was cancelled.
Okay, I'm hearing frustration, but I'm not hearing terror. What if I tried...
A gang of hoodlums in Halloween masks have been terrorizing Orcas Island tonight. Police are urging residents to...
That came from the basement.
You're right! Also, I loved your delivery on that. Why is your basement door locked?
Because my dad likes making puzzles and secret passages. There's a key hidden in the music box. The secret is to keep winding and winding until finally the key pops out.
Thanks, babe. I'll be back in a sec.
20 minutes later, Rick hadn't returned. So Barbara went to look for him, right on cue. She reached for the music box.
Tengo que...
And as she wound the key, she listened for Rick, but the house was silent. She found Rick's crutch and imagined the worst.
¿Qué es eso? Entra, ¿por qué no puedo pasar? Ok. Hay un chito aquí. Bueno, no importa. Ahí hay otra puerta.
The gang's leader is the infamous Hookman killer, Dr. Carl Hamill, who impaled and then ate his family 10 years ago tonight.
Ok.
The old fridge rattled and grew still.
Oh dear!
Solo un... Oh, vaya.
Oh!
Rick?
Barb, relax. I was just trying to scare you to help you find your scream.
Well, I'm not scared, Rick. I'm furious.
Then act furious. All I'm getting from you now is that you're hurt and confused and you're...
She threw him out, but she kept a little something to remember him
Lo
by.
echó, pero se quedó algo
Barb,
para recordarlo.
Have you seen my other crutch?
And she was still holding it when she fell asleep watching the late picture show. Hours later...
Barbara! Walter, what's going
Ah,
on
tú
up
no
there?
estás ahí cuidando a tu hermano.
Okay, I'm coming up, but if this is a trick, you're dead, Walter.
Ok, ¿dónde estaba la escalera? ¿Por el otro lado? Aquí está la escalera. Claramente esto. ¿Esta noche es Halloween? Creo que sí. ¿Mi patín? ¿Por qué mi patín está cayendo?
still on.
Orcas Island police describe the man as 6 feet tall, with a steel hook for a hand. Residents are urged to lock all doors and windows and notify the police of any suspicious activity.
Ok, hasta aquí
Bob
llegamos.
returned, saw the hook man, and was speechless. He was quite smashing. He couldn't get enough.
Fuera quien fuera,
Barbara.
no se cansaba de
Okay,
Bárbara.
Barbara, there's gotta be another way out of here.
Claro, los pasadizos. Yo lo vi. Aquí. ¿Por qué está? Dime que Walter se vino por aquí.
She played her part beautifully.
Uy. Entonces voy a salir y le voy a mandar un golpetazo.
Allie's door hadn't been opened in years. The hinges groaned. He wasn't moving, but she sensed the story might not be over
No
yet.
se movía, pero ella sintió que posiblemente esto todavía no había terminado. ¿Y qué bajo por acá? Ya está.
The hookman had vanished. She listened for his breathing, but all she heard was...
Abre, 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 abre.
At the door, she heard whispering. It was coming from inside the house.
Oh dear.
The monsters had come to surprise her. For Barbara, it was a dream come true. Then she saw what kind of monsters they were, and she realized what was about to happen. She was going to be famous. And with her final breath, Barbara Finch gave the performance of her life. I wasn't there myself, but I hear Barbara was magnificent. Poor girl. She had a taste for stardom. But unfortunately, so did her fans. Of course, the police blamed it all on poor Rick, who disappeared the same night. And little Walter? Hiding under his bed the whole time. He took it all pretty hard, but that's another story. As for Barbara, tucked inside the music box is all they ever found of her. Her ear. Now that's what I call a real eerie tale.
Edie told me all Barbara wanted was to be remembered, as absurd as that comic was. Maybe what Edie saw was a happy ending.
Ok, sigamos con esto. Qué historias más raras los de esta familia Finch, de verdad. Qué historias más extrañas. Y ahora me tocará ir al sótano. Pero no veo nada extra por acá. ¿Cómo podría ir al sótano? Me parece una buena idea.
I guess now I know why Mom didn't like me playing with the music box.
Y tiene sentido, la verdad.
It's funny. All those times I played with the music box and never found the basement key.
Ya, pero ahora el sótano estaba cerrado. Ok. Ahí está. ¿Veo o no se lo pego? Guardando. Ok, ¿qué hay aquí? ¿Algo de utilidad? Nada, creo. Bueno, pues el cómic se veía bastante bien el sótano, la verdad. Era una imagen bastante realista de lo que era. ¿Por qué? ¿Ese editor lo supo también? Pues vas a ver. Bueno, claramente aquí jugaban pool. No sé qué tan si es suficiente espacio, pero bien, bien.
Mom said the basement was off limits, unless I wanted another tetanus shot.
¿Qué estaba haciendo? Claro, el túnel, el tobogán de dragón estaba haciendo, pues fue lo que lo mató. Ok.
I saw Edie sneak down to the basement once, carrying packages.
Hay aquí, aparte de esta bolsa, nada más. Y ahí. Como que pronto lo
I thought
descubriré.
maybe she was hiding presents.
Escondiendo regalos, claro que sí. Y aquí va a salir un cadáver. Me va a asustar.
It turned out she was hiding a lot more than that.
Ok, hay un pasadizo secreto por allá. Pensaba que aquí había una puerta, pero claramente no. Ok. No veo nada. Uy. Ah, y aquí sí hay luz. Pero afuera no. ¿Puedo retroceder? Sí, puedo retroceder. Eso es bueno. Para salir
I
corriendo.
remember asking Mom once about where Walter had gone. She said after Barbara died, he got as far away as he could.
Comida.
If there's a
Enlatado.
pattern in all these stories,
¿Era un refugio aquí?
I think it's that none of us has gotten very far.
Es el baño, claro, ahí está la ducha. Platos para lavar y el inodoro, ok. Para lavarse las manos y supongo que los platos, aunque la ducha pareciera ser que también servía para eso. Y aquí está Walter. Creo que suena. Es que no veo mucho. ¡Ah! ¡Eso! Bueno, en fin, veamos. ¿Qué tienes para contarnos, Walter?
Goodbye, everyone.
Chao.
I can't believe I've been down here for 30 years.
20 años allá abajo.
On that first day, after the shaking started, I didn't think I'd survive a week.
¿Sí?
But after a few days, I settled into a routine. That's what kept me sane. Having a schedule, living for today. I always expected to be dead tomorrow. But if you wait long enough, you get used to anything.
A las 12, todos los días, o una latita.
Even a monster on the other side of the door starts to feel normal. Almost friendly.
Y para adentro.
And then one day, everything just stopped.
No tembló.
Whatever that thing was, it was gone. Maybe it got tired of waiting. Or maybe I just got tired of being afraid.
Adentro.
It's been a week now, the longest in 30 years.
¿Y mi
I'm
Durano?
done waiting. I have to leave while I still can.
¿Más para abajo? ¿Qué tipo que se construyó aquí? Ok.
I know it's out there, somewhere. Whatever killed Barbara and Molly and Calvin.
Eso. Hay que ir armados.
Maybe this is all a mistake. But I need to stop living the same day, even if it kills me. Whatever's out there, I want you to know I'm ready for it. I'm going to appreciate all of it, especially the food. I don't mind if I only have a year left, or a month, or a single week. I'd be happy with one new day. I can already imagine the sun on my face.
Walter died when I was 6. I can't believe my mom never told me he was down here.
Claro, esos temblores era un tren que pasaba por ahí todos los días a las 12. ¡Wow! ¡Wow, wow, wow!
I'm sure my mom was trying to protect me.
Por supuesto que intentaba protegerte. A ver qué hay aquí. Esto es una foto. Cuadro. Lo tenía como una ventana para pensar que estaba... Pobre hombre. Y vamos a ir para allá. Bueno. Vamos a buscar el tren.
Maybe she was afraid I'd end up like Walter.
En estos momentos yo también tengo miedo de que termine como Walter o como
But if she
cualquiera de
never
la
told me
familia.
about an uncle under the house,
El tío debajo de la casa.
I can only imagine what else she was hiding.
Uy, todo tipo de cosas. Claro, por ahí fue
I
por
don't
donde
want to
salió.
make the same mistakes she made.
¿En
Trying
serio
to
vas?
bury something that's still alive.
¿En serio quiero ir? ¿En serio quiero ir? Debía haber revisado el otro lugar primero. ¿Puedo volver? Debí
Now that there's
revisar.
only one of us left, or maybe 2, I thought it was time I heard the stories for myself.
Vamos por afuerita, por favor.
Found out what happened to everyone else. But now I'm worried the stories themselves might be the problem. Maybe we believed so much in a family curse, we made it real.
Ya no hay tren. ¿Me puedo suicidar? No, no puedo. Wow.
I don't know if I should even be writing this.
¿Quién está
Maybe
tocando?
it'd be better if all this just died with me.
Uy.
But I
Tecnología.
thought you should know about your family. And the history you're a part of. Though to be honest, I feel as lost as you probably do right now.
Confuso por decirlo menos.
I think the people in these stories believed them, for what that's worth.
Bueno, no me sirve de nada ir para allá, creo. A ver si me sale algún texto. No. Ok. Oye, préndete. ¿Por qué te apagas? No, es que no veo.
And when you look at the house, that history of imagination and stubbornness and madness, any of it seems possible.
Ah, había una puertecita por aquí. Ya pasó. Ok. Ah. ¿Es eso? ¿Eso era una puerta cerrando? ¿No? ¿Puedo entrar por aquí? No. Ah, aquí hay un
I
caminito.
think we've been surrounded by death for so long, we've just gotten used to it.
Puede ser.
What kind of family finishes building a cemetery before starting the house?
La nuestra, pues, mujer. La nuestra.
It's embarrassing for me to admit this, but the pet cemetery made me more uncomfortable than the human one. 3 of the gerbils were mine, and 2 had been my fault.
Bueno, tenía nombres parecidos a Surpi, Lurpi, Furpi, Churpi, Burpi, Durpi, Durpi Junior. Ah, y aquí hay... Ok. Y estos
Sven
son...
built the house, but it was Edie who designed the cemetery.
Este es el de humanos. Ok. Molly, Calvin... Uy, tienen como su... Molly tiene el gatito y las alas porque se convirtió en 200 animales antes de morir. Calvin tiene ganas de ir al espacio. Ben Finch por la construcción. Edith Finch tiene la literatura. Walter tiene su subterráneo, su cueva subterránea. Y Bárbara, pues que fue una estrella. Muy bien, muy bien. Todo tiene su
I'm
historia.
sure Odin's monument had been Edie's idea.
Ah, y aquí
My
está
mom was
Odie.
always trying to move on, but for Edie, the past never went away. She could see it poking out of the water at low tide.
Ya, pero yo quiero... Ahí está en el techo de la casa. Ok. Uy, tengo un mirador. No veo nada. No veo nada. ¿Puedo girarlo? No, no lo puedo girar mucho. Puedo hacer zoom.
Edie said
Ok.
she dreamed about the old house every night.
Ah, la vieja casa está ahí mismo. Está ahí al lado. Por eso usaron los mismos ladrillos para construir la chimenea. Eso tiene mucho sentido ahora. Claro, y uno pensando, ¿y de dónde sacaron los ladrillos? Se los llevaron después de que se... Ahí está. Ok. ¿Hay algo más que puedo hacer aquí? Creo que no. Ok, ¿dónde vamos ahora, señorita Edith?
Edie's side was always easier for me to understand.
¿Quién era Edith?
But the older I get, the more I can see where my mom was coming from.
Edith era la señora. Claro. Sam, Gregory.
She lost 2 of her brothers, just like I did. I get why she tried so hard to protect us.
Una historia trágica, familia.
There's so many things I wish I could ask my mom now. Part of me thinks this is what she wanted all along. For me to come back someday and find everything out for myself.
¿Seguirá suficientemente estable esto después de 6 años? Pues espero que sí. Si no, hasta aquí llegó Edith Finch.
But looking back on it now, if she told me there was going to be so much climbing, I never would have come when I was 22 weeks pregnant.
¿Cómo? ¿Que estoy embarazada? Y aquí me caigo. Que estoy embarazada. Que tengo 22 semanas. Y yo aquí
I never met
subiéndome al
Grandpa Sam,
techo.
but I think he and my mom had a lot in common.
Estoy embarazada y estoy aquí en el techo como si nada. Ok.
They were
Okay.
both pretty intense.
Uy. Pues tocó el momento de rellenar la cara del abuelo Sam. ¿Dónde está? Sam, ahí está. Sam, claro, él era mi abuelo, el padre de mi madre. Un marín, ok. Llegó el
Sam
momento.
spent his life shooting photos, but Mom said he got nervous being in front of the camera. I guess we're all afraid of something.
Uy, para allá supongo que voy a continuar después porque
Instead
todo
of
debe
hiding
estar
from death,
sellado.
Sam seemed to go out of his way to meet it.
No puedo mirar, ok. Ok, ok. Ok, veamos la historia de Sam. Supongo que this is the moment. Historia en fotos. Uy.
Dawn, I promise, you'll never forget this weekend.
Yes, sir.
These memories are gonna last a lifetime.
What? Am I gonna have to shoot anything?
It's a hunting trip, Dawn. Shooting is strongly encouraged.
It's too early, Dad.
Ah, estamos en un auto.
Okay.
No hay nada más que hacer.
Shouldn't we be leaving?
Just want to get a shot of you, Dawn, then we can take off.
Ah, ok.
Perfect.
Entiendo.
It's gonna rain the whole weekend, isn't it? I will never forget this weekend, Dad.
That's the spirit. Okay, got it.
I'm gonna take some pictures, okay?
Just be careful. That camera's older than you are.
Hay un bichito por aquí dando vueltas. A ver el paisaje.
You're right, Dad. It's starting to clear up. Still freezing, though.
Ahí. ¿Y qué foto tomo? Esa de ahí. ¿Qué más? El árbol. Ah, un pajarito. Eso debe ser.
Aw.
Era por orden. Ok. Se me ilumina toda la cámara con el flash. Bueno, en fin. No sé qué estoy. ¿A qué le estoy tomando fotos? ¿Qué más tengo que descubrir? En este árbol estaba el pajarito. Aquí abajo hay una piedra.
Definitely should not have drunk all that coffee.
Hold still while I take.
Hey!
That's a keeper.
I'm just saying, I'm not always gonna be here, Don. You'll need to remember this stuff, if you want to survive.
I'll be fine, Dad.
You know who else thought he was gonna be fine?
Some guy who died.
Don, I'm being serious.
I know, Dad. You're always serious. Doesn't being out here make you want to chill out?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't been out here in 20 years. Last time I was with my brother Cal.
Dad!
Good eyes, Don. Before you take the shot, let me get a picture of you.
Dad, I...
Just breathe. Turn off your imagination. Focus on your target. Let me get behind you.
Do I have to do this?
Don, you don't have to do anything. But if you want to survive, you'll need to be strong. Great shot, Don!
Una selfie. ¿En serio una selfie?
I'm proud of you, Don. Always remember that, okay?
Una selfie. ¿Qué pasó? Ah, que está el contador.
Sorry, Don. Just gotta reset the timer.
Dad, it's twitching. I think
That's
it's
totally normal, Don. Just focus on the camera. Try not to think about...
Dad! Of all these stories, that's the one I wish most that my mom had told me.
Bueno, claro, por dejar ahí sufriendo al pobre venado, se va a casar por último, que no lo deje sufriendo. Dios mío. Bueno, ok. Se murió. Y llegó Sam. Veamos, ¿qué nos depara el futuro entonces en esta casa? Ah, una sala de revelado. Pero abajo no había una, otra. No, esto no es de revelado. Comida lista para hacer.
After Sam died, my mom and Edie got really close. They'd both lost a lot.
Bien, llegamos donde un tal Gregory, Town y Goose. Gregory, Town y Goose. Los tres. Ok. Veamos, Gregory. Contrato de divorcio. Para Sam Finch. Kay y Sam Estaban casados. Sam y Kay, ok, ahí estaba en la ramita. Y ok, bueno, básicamente
Dear Kay,
divorcio.
do you remember the way Gregory used to laugh when he thought he was alone? Like something funny was happening, but only he could see it. I think he saw things the rest of us don't.
Ah, la ranita.
Watson's over, Gregory. It's time to... Hold on, sweetie.
Ok, sigamos con la
Hello?
ranita.
Sam, I told you I don't want to talk right now.
Ah,
I wonder what he saw.
patitos, patitos. Ay, y el otro pato también se mueve ahora. Pato, pato, pato. ¿Qué tengo que devolver a su mano?
He reminded me so much of Calvin.
Ah,
Lost in his imagination.
puedo sumergirme.
Whatever it was, he saw.
Ay, tengo que llegar a esa ballena. Oh. Ahí está.
It sure made him happy.
Eso. Bueno, hasta ahora el menos loco de este niño. Y eso es mucho decir. No. No, no llego allí.
I know
Ahí
how silly
está.
it sounds. But I worried about a baby being too happy.
Eso.
But I could feel him slipping away.
Sorry about that, Gregory.
I know you did everything you could. Maybe if I hadn't called that night.
Damn it.
Llamó de nuevo.
Hold on, I don't want Gregory to hear this.
Ok, ¿qué hago ahora? ¿Sigo teniendo control de la ranita? ¿No? ¡Ay, sí!
I wish he could have told us about
Se
the
ahogó.
world he saw.
Se ahogó el niñito. Se ahogó el niñito.
Hey, there's so much I don't understand about Gregory. about everything. But I know what happened wasn't your fault. I'm sure he's happy. And he'd want you to be happy too. Good luck, Kay. Love, Sam.
Ok. Gregory, un añito. Ok. Ok. Sigamos. ¿Nos contarán la historia de todos a la vez? No, la historia de Dawn está en otro lugar. Veamos la
I can't
historia.
imagine my mom ever writing poetry, and yet
Historia de Gus, que también pareciera ser que murió joven, 13 años. Y algo... ¿Por dónde sigue la historia? Por allá atrás. Ok. Poema para Gus.
a poem for Gus, who always said the wedding was a bad idea. Our father never hit us kids, at least not very hard, before the day my brother said with teenage disregard that he'd be dead before he'd see a wedding in our yard. My father made him come, of course, but Gus stood far apart, just flew his kite and bottled up the storm inside his heart. I tried to talk him out of it, but though he'd never met her, we don't need a stepmom were the words that I
now
remember.
pronounce you husband and wife. Make him cry.
When the time for photos came, Dad ordered him to come here. But Gus declined, and as a sign held up his middle finger.
Oh man.
The wind picked up, and panicked geese appeared and quickly went. But all the humans did that day was go inside the tent.
Ah, y dejaron al niño. Ya, ¿y yo para dónde? Ah, aquí.
The rain came down in buckets then, but no one seemed afraid that nature might destroy the tent our dad had crudely made. The thunder sounded much too close and full of angry power. But all my father said to this was, "Make the music louder."
De ahí, F. ¿No?
I wish that I could truly say I thought about you on that day. Out there on the beach alone, just you, the wind, the sea, and foam. But I didn't, until we found you.
Ok. El tío
She never
Gus.
talked about him, but Mom told me once if I was a boy, they were going to name me Gus.
¿Por qué no a Lewis y a Milton? Ah, yo fui el último en nacer. Bueno, la última. En fin. Entonces me falta solamente la historia de Dawn, que asumo es mi madre, o quizás es una hermana, o sea, hermano de Shanghai puede ser mi madre. Aún no lo descifro bien. Y después tendré que saber la historia de mis hermanos, ¿o no? Eddie. Todavía no veo a Eddie. La historia de Eddie también debe ser interesante. Bueno, sigamos. Ok. Todo ordenadito. ¿Me parece? Sí. Interesante. La tarea de Greg es ser un bebé. Muy bien. Una buena rutina. Ok. Vamos.
My mom moved up to the loft after her brothers died.
Claro, ella es down.
At the time, it was as far away as she could get.
Ay, con ahorita. Vamos aquí mismo. Ok. Una mochila. Oye, esa es la mochila que yo tenía ahí en el bote. Ajaja, mira cómo te pillo, madre.
Religion was another thing my mom never talked about, but I think it helped her a lot after her dad died.
Ok. Claro. Hermanos y padre. Ok. Oye, supongo que después iré para acá. Pero primero... ¡Hay un fierrito para bajar! ¿Eh? ¡Uy! Voy a tener que subir de nuevo, pero... ¡Uy! Tenía que hacerlo. En fin. Sube, floja. ¿Por qué ahora te cuesta tanto? ¿O te costó lo mismo la primera vez y no lo recuerdo? Bueno, en fin. ¿No? Shanghai. ¡Ah! El
She spent a
padre.
summer building houses in Calcutta, where she met my dad, Sanjay.
Ah, Sanjay. Pero todo lo que tenía que saber de aquí. Cuando grande, ¿dónde vivía? ¿Sigue viviendo aquí? No creo, ¿no?
My mom moved to India a week after graduation and got a job teaching English. Lewis was born a year later.
Lewis, mi hermano. Muy bien. Vamos conociendo la historia de mi hermano. Me habré perdido la historia de Eddie. Que me voy a quedar con las ganas de saber la historia de Eddie. Porque claro, yo estoy descubriendo todo el árbol. No he visto nada sobre Eddie. Ah. En estos momentos quiero devolverme y ver si es que me perdí de algo con Eddie.
When my dad died, I don't think Mom knew where else to go. I'm sure Edie was happy to have her back.
Ok, Eddie. Volvemos a saber de Eddie. Así que quizás aún no me lo he perdido.
The house had to get a little bigger, but Edie was used to that. And for a while, things were good. Almost normal.
Ay, aquí había una salita para Edith, para mí, para Lewis, mi hermano. Ahora la historia familiar, tablas de multiplicar. Ok,
But it didn't last.
no parecía normal, pero no duró. Oye, está un notebook aquí. Muy bien. Una laptop.
The beginning of the end was Milton's 10th birthday, when Edie gave him a castle.
A Eddie le regaló un castillo. Oye, pero puedo subir aquí. Ah, pero vamos al castillo primero. Sigamos la historia, por favor. Ambiéntase ya.
After Milton disappeared, the only thing he left behind was a room full of paintings.
Uf. Ok. Puedo entrar, perfecto.
I think Edie was happy to finally have another painter in the family.
Eso es bueno. Oye, qué bonito esa pintura. ¿Puedo subir? ¿Es como una escalera? No, solamente una cuerda. Pero... ¡Ah! Me sube, claro, buenísimo. Pinturas. Las pinturas. Un diario que ha de ser solo para bucear y...
Milton Finch in The Magic Paintbrush.
Ok. Lewis le hizo un algo al hermano Milton. Veamos. Ando pintando. Dios Sam. ¡Achú! Pintando. ¿Ah? Uno dentro de otro. Una puerta. Y la abrió y entró al mundo de la pintura. ¿Y eso fue todo para pintar a Milton?
I was 4 when Milton disappeared.
Ok. Hola Milton, hermano mío. Oye, que yo estoy embarazada. Bueno, en fin.
Mom spent months searching for my brother. Then she sealed the doors. Whatever Milton had found in the house, Mom didn't want it getting out.
¿Cómo? Ahí me perdí con ese texto.
Mom definitely blamed Edie, but I think Lewis blamed himself.
Ok. Van a Eddie. Todavía no sé la historia de Eddie.
After he graduated, he just spent more and more time in his room. Until Mom got him a job at the cannery.
A mi hermano Lewis. Ok. Si me salió el texto por acá es porque tengo que venir acá, ¿o no? Después subo. Nos podríamos ir por aquí. Qué buena vista tienen en esta casa, Dios mío. Pero se mueren bastante rápido. En fin. Bajamos.
Lewis's room smelled very, very familiar. That part of him lived on.
Tiene un olor familiar. Ok. Quizá ya sé qué olor se refiere. ¿Qué pasó? Yo no quería salir. Solo giré. Dios mío. Ahí caminamos un poquitito. Y puedo salir por ahí. Mira.
Lewis and I spent a lot of time playing games together, but he was surprisingly bad at them. He died a lot.
High School. Lewis. Ok, y por acá. Ok, con eso supongo que sabremos la historia de mi hermano. ¿Esto de psicología?
Dear Mrs. Finch, as Lewis's psychiatrist, I can understand your desire for an explanation. As I see it, the trouble began in January, shortly after we convinced your son to seek treatment for substance abuse. Newly sober, I believe Lewis first noticed the monotony of his daily life. He kept working at the cannery, but he withdrew part of himself. In our sessions, I saw the same behavior. His mind began to...
Hola, Wabu. Gracias por el follow. Un momento, empezó a... ¿A qué? empezó a... Hola, hola. El momento empezó a... Vamos a hacer un...
Wander.
Ahí está. Divagar. Claro. Pues, para allá.
I asked him to describe it. He said he started small.
Un poco complejo revelar
Imagining a
peces.
labyrinth. He'd feel his way about. Then something moved. Bats
Murciélagos.
and
¿Dónde?
toads.
Vamos. A ver, este tipo está loco.
And things that have not names.
Mm.
He knew it was all in his head, but he took it very seriously. I had hoped he'd find himself.
Corta el pez. Ay, ¿y no puedo pasar? Por aquí. Ay,
But he found something more.
una cosa.
I worried about him then. Daydreaming at the cannery. I spoke with his boss,
Ahí está.
but he said Lewis had become a model employee. Methodical, tireless, focused.
Pero por favor, impecable.
Like a whole new Lewis. So I let him go on.
Difícil controlar las dos cosas. Dije que siquiera. Ok. En eso estamos. Seguimos. ¿Dónde aparecemos?
I even encouraged him.
Eso lo animé a que siga imaginando.
It seemed very promising at first.
Sí, me pareció prometedor.
He told me he'd made a new friend.
Un perrito. Oye, con una mano caminar
On
y
the
con
edge
la
of a
otra
city he named
cortar pescado.
Lewis Topia.
Lewistopía, perfecto. Un buen lugar.
He built the city up slowly, brick by brick. Then he made musicians.
Eso. Estaba bien loco este Lewis.
And songs for them to play. He talked about starting a band. And he was always humming something. Every day his imagination grew stronger.
Ay, con peces y todo.
He no longer spoke at the cannery,
¿Para qué iba a hablar? Mira la tremenda cosa que tenía
but
aquí.
his chopping was as reliable as ever.
La misma precisión de siempre. Perfecto.
Then one day it struck him
Entonces un día se dio cuenta.
that all the cheering crowds, even the stones under his feet, were all in his imagination,
Como no sabía de
so he
antes.
could do whatever he wished.
Para arriba. Eso, abran paso, guardias.
He held an election for mayor,
Postuló para elecciones de alcalde.
and he won.
Pero por favor, no esperaba menos. ¿Para dónde?
They
Allá.
begged him to stay, but his mind was already wandering.
Y me fui.
It became a game for him.
Tengo que seguir cortando peces.
He'd conquer a city, then immediately push on. New Louisville.
Vila.
St. Louis.
And Lewis.
He
Ay, voy a
started
chocar.
drifting away from our reality.
¿Qué?
Minneapolis. Until one day he
Minneapolis.
forgot to go home from the cannery.
¿En serio? Me olvidé de ir a casa.
Even as his mother pleaded with him, part of Lewis kept sailing on.
Oh, hola mamá. Sigamos navegando entonces. Mamá, no me molestes. Estoy navegando.
In Louisburg, he heard rumors of a...
Uy. Bueno.
handsome queen.
Ok. Y... ¡Ah! ¡Ah! ¿De dónde está esa apuesta reina? Serpientes
The queen was
siniestras.
on her own quest for...
En busca de arcoiris. Ah, serpientes. ¿Por qué no?
sinister serpents.
Pececillos. Hola, señora serpiente. ¡Ja! ¡Eso!
He followed the sound of her...
Siguió el sonido de su arpa, por supuesto. Aquí estamos en...
silver
no
harp.
sé qué. ¿Y cómo suena el arpa? Pudo ser mejor, ¿eh? Hubiera puesto la guitarra.
His chase led him to a golden palace east of the sun and west of the moon.
Ajá. ¡Ay! Tengo que... ¡Eso!
Even then, his logic remained sound.
Ok. Esto se va a volver cada
He
vez
knew
más
the
difícil.
world was all in his imagination.
Sabía que el mundo entero era producto de su imaginación. Ok. ¡Ah! ¡Ah! ¿Y caen más peces, en serio? Me
He was so
cerraron en la cara.
proud of having created it.
¡Eso!
In his own eyes, he'd become something greater than a king.
Pero por favor.
For someone who'd never known success in the real world, I think it was overwhelming. And then it struck him that the real Lewis was not the one chopping salmon, but the one climbing the steps of a golden palace.
Este es el verdadero Lewis. El de la imaginación. Claro, por supuesto.
My imagination is as real as my body, he told me. It was hard to argue with him.
Gracias, guardia. Y ahora soy el Lewis normal. Pareciera ser que sí. Ok.
Began to forget the world we know. I think it pained him to remember Lewis, the cannery worker.
Ah, ¿qué? Yo soy la mamá, soy el... Ah, no, este es el Lewis de la imaginación. ¡Ah! Hola, Lewis real. Soy Lewis
Began to
de tu
despise
cabeza.
the man with a royal contempt.
Y no le puedo... A ver, ¿me estás diciendo que estuve imaginándome que arrastraba a los peces? Bueno, es que tengo que subir.
I still thought I could save him.
Pero
Even
se
after
murió.
he said he was being crowned king over all the lands of wonder. The
¡Eso!
palace would be packed with his companions.
Hola, hola. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Sí, muy bonito su trombón. Eso, póngale, póngale.
Including the wise Calico who had insisted on inviting him.
El Calico sabio. ¿Dónde está mi sabio? ¿Quién es mi sabio? ¿Señor sabio? No lo veo, señor sabio. Buenas. Hola. Eso. Y aquí... Bueno,
His queen waited, holding his crown.
mi reina. A ver, reina.
There was only one
No.
thing left to do.
Ok. Coronarme rey, supongo. Ay, caminemos por favor como corresponde por el medio. que soy un rey, ¿o no?
Bend down his head.
¿Cómo que? Ok. Me van a cortar la cabeza.
And the rest I think you know. Mrs. Finch, your son was a kind man who will be missed by all of us who knew him.
¿Se cortó la cabeza con la rebanadora de pescado? ¿Se cortó la cabeza con la rebanadora de pescado? ¿Mi hermano?
My brother was really cool. I wish you could have met him.
Se cortó la cabeza con la rebanadora de pescado. Ok. Me falta encontrar entonces la historia de Eddie y de Dawn. Dawn, mi madre, Eddie, mi bisabuela. Perfecto. ¿Para dónde vamos entonces? La salida. Bueno, te has perdido un poco de historia, Wabi. Como puedes ver, el libro ya está casi completo. He pasado por todos ellos.
On the way back from Lewis's funeral, my mom told me to start packing.
Claro, sí, con Lewis y nos
She
fuimos de
waited
aquí.
until the day before we left to tell Edie.
Y Eddie se quedó acá, la
I'm not sure
abuelita.
if she wanted to make it easier or harder.
Claro, le dijo, mi hijo se mató, te voy a dejar sola, qué feo. ¿Y esto qué es?
I wish we'd stayed.
Bueno, muchos letreros del hijo perdido. Mi hermano Milton se perdió. ¿De qué trata el juego? Es la historia de Edith. Yo soy Edith. Está de aquí arriba del árbol. Yo estoy de alguna manera descubriendo el árbol genealógico de mi familia. Pareciera ser que la familia Finch tiene una especie de maldición, o eso es lo que se intenta contar. Y esta casa la construyó este caballero de aquí, Odín. Y ha vivido toda esta familia en esta casa, básicamente. Y todos han muerto de alguna manera curiosa, por decirlo menos. Ya estoy descubriendo eso. Voy por la habitación de cada familia. Hay algunos que escribieron su propio diario. Hay otros que alguien escribió sobre su muerte. Y eso, estamos aquí descubriendo qué ha pasado con nuestra familia en esta casa. Mi hermano Milton desapareció y nunca más apareció. Lewis claramente se mató. Sanjay es mi padre, pero aquí no se cuenta en esta historia, no sé por qué. Dawn es mi madre, todavía no descubro su historia. Ella acaba de fallecer y me heredó la casa, así que por eso llegué aquí, porque heredé la casa. Al parecer estoy embarazada de 22 semanas, sospecho que quien está leyendo esta historia es mi hijo o hija, no lo sé. Y bueno, tuvo un hermano, mi madre, que se llamaba Gregory. Él murió ahogado. Gus, que murió en un accidente afuera de la casa. Y bueno, en fin, distintas historias que podemos ir viendo aquí. A ver, ¿dónde
But I
estoy ahora?
understand why we left.
Claro, nos fuimos después de que mi hermano se suicidó. ¿Qué hay por aquí? Nada. Nada. Una E.
My mom ended up leaving everything behind.
Sí. Nos mudamos de aquí hace 6 años y no se llevaron nada, claramente. Simplemente nos fuimos.
What happened that night had been coming for a long time.
¿Qué pasó esa noche? Claro, todavía no
Maybe it
sé
should have come sooner.
por qué nos fuimos tan rápido. Edith, llegamos al fin a la casa de Edith. Hace mucho rato que quiero saber cuál es la historia de Edith.
But it had to end one way or another. All that's left now is to tell you about that last night.
Ok. Veamos qué pasa con Edith. Edith aquí se representa como Eddie, supongo, a menos que esta sea mi habitación. Supondré que es mi habitación. Una pluma. Bien. Ah, y aquí es donde empiezo a escribir este libro. Ok.
That whole last day, Edie just watched us pack and didn't say a word. Until supper, when she raised her glass and said,
"To our final night together, and all our final nights apart."
Grandma, you know what I said about alcohol. Some of your medications are very
Edith,
specific.
I left a present for you in the hallway. Why don't you go open it? The grown-ups have to argue now.
I'm sorry, you're right. We're all leaving tomorrow. Let's just enjoy our last...
I'm not leaving.
Edith, you're excused.
Ok. Mi abuelita me dejó un regalo por ahí. Y supongo que lo voy a buscar mientras ellas dos discuten.
The power had been shut off that
No,
morning,
mi abuela es la abuela de
but
mi mamá.
Edie always
En
had
fin.
plenty of candles.
Muchas velas.
When my mom
Eso
sealed the library, I don't think she knew about the other entrance.
Había otra entrada a la librería, claro. Yo cuando recién entré a la casa, aquí estaba la librería y estaban las puertas selladas. De hecho, en toda la casa están las puertas selladas porque mi mamá las sellaba. Eddie tenía una llave y yo ahora voy a entrar por un pasadizo secreto. Perfecto. Y muchos libros hay en esta casa. Exceso de libros.
That thing you're afraid of isn't going to end when you leave the house.
¿Cómo que se refiere a la maldición? ¿Alguien dormía aquí? ¿Las Edith?
Edith has a right to know these stories.
My children are dead because of your stories. I think it's best if Edith and I leave tonight. We'll have the nursing home send a van for you in the morning, okay?
Claro, la mandaron a un asilo. Eso es cierto. La historia de los Finches por Edith Finch.
Dear Edith, there's so many stories I wish I could tell you, but there's only time for one. This is about what happened on the night you were born.
La noche en que nací.
That night, the tide went way, way out.
Ajá.
It was the first and last time I ever saw the old house aground. There'd been an earthquake out in the middle of the ocean. They called it the lowest tide in 1,000 years. God, it smelled awful.
A ver, esa es la casa antigua. Mi bisabuelo, quizás, Odin, se movió de donde estaba por la maldición de la familia. Se quiso mudar de ahí con la casa y todo, pero cuando iban navegando, la casa claramente quedó ahí destrozada. Y al parecer, mi bisabuela o abuela, esta tipa llamada Eddie, fue a ver la casa.
I've seen that house every day of my life.
Uy.
But I never thought I'd go back to it. When the fog rolled in, I lost my way. I got
Obviamente no veo
turned
nada.
around.
¿Así? Ok, di la vuelta.
I started seeing things.
Oh, venadito. Hola, señor. Venado. Sigo. Sigámoslo.
Things I'd forgotten had ever existed.
¿Cómo qué? ¿Como una cama?
But when I saw them, they felt like old friends. That night, a lot of things came back to me.
Llegué a la
Or
casa.
maybe I came back to them.
Claro, tiene más sentido, Eddie.
Things I can't explain, but that I need you to try and...
Edith, what are you doing in here?
It's mine.
Edith!
Mom, you're gonna rip it. Let go.
No.
I kicked and screamed, but Mom dragged me to the car. I never saw Great Grandma Edie again.
Oh.
The next morning, the band came to pick her up, but she was already gone.
¿Cómo? ¿Ella se había ido?
After that, we moved around a lot.
¿Ves? Ahí sacando la manito por la ventana.
We both tried to make the best of it.
Y... Ah, tengo que mover yo la mano. Claro,
A
claro.
few years went by.
¿Y aquí lo soplo? ¿O lo soplo? No, creo que solamente tengo que mover.
My mom didn't like to talk about it. But she started getting sick a lot.
Yeah, but...
The rest happened pretty quickly.
Claro. Mamá se enfermó.
She got better for a while. And then she didn't. And then I was alone. The last Finch left alive.
Uy. Claro, asumiendo que la señora murió.
Until I found out about you.
Claro, porque estoy embarazada
I'm
y
still not sure what to tell you about all this.
efectivamente es mi hija quien lee esto.
If we lived forever, maybe we'd have time to understand things. But as it is, I think the best we can do is try to open our eyes. And appreciate how strange and brief all of this is. This journal was supposed to be for you. But now I hope you'll never see it. I just want to meet you and tell you all these stories myself. But I guess if you're reading this now, things didn't work out that way.
Me morí. Bueno, ¿qué estaban haciendo mientras hacía eso? Qué juego más raro.
This is where your story begins. I'm sorry I won't be there to see it. It's a lot to ask, but I don't want you to be sad that I'm gone. I want you to be amazed that any of us ever had a chance to be here at all. Good luck.
Edith Finch. Ah, soy un niño. Pero fue un hijo el que tuvo Eddie. Bien, bien. Juego bastante extraño, pero... Bien. Ian Sparrow. Ese es el loco. Para Chile, con dedicatoria y todo. Muy bien. Bueno, asumiré que estos son los créditos, ¿no? Fotos de cuando eran niños. ¿Qué estoy guardando? ¿Tengo que seguir con algo más ahora? Glo. Bueno. No sé si fue real. Tendríamos que googlear. Yo solo busqué juegos con buenas historias y aquí terminé. Pero sospecho que son fotos de los propios desarrolladores cuando eran chicos, no creo que haya sido real. O sí. Nada, las historias eran muy locas como para que fuera real. ¿O no? Bueno, al final no sé si esa fue la forma de descubrir las últimas dos historias o si me faltaron esas dos historias en el libro, porque tenía los dibujitos faltantes de mi mamá y de Eddie. Bueno, supongo que me quedaré con la duda. Una forma curiosa de mostrar los créditos. Las ballenas. Bueno, con esas ranitas y patos y ballenas fue que murió uno de los niños. Bárbara Finch. ¿Sí? Las historias estuvieron bastante buenas, algunas más normales que otras, otras bastante alocadas, pero sí. Bueno, entonces vamos a ver con qué se puede hacer a estas horas de la noche. ¿Pierdo el juego si quito el foco? No, perfecto. Claro. Sí, no especifica que sea real al menos en la tienda de Steam. Eso es bueno, supongo. Veamos. Ahora, ¿qué se podría hacer? Que claro, iniciar otro juego ahora podría implicar fácilmente otras 3 horas de juego y no sé si me dará para tanto. Quizás sí. Quizás sí. ¿Quién sabe? A ver, ¿qué tengo en la lista? Oh, ¿qué pasó? The End. La opción repetir una historia ya está disponible. Claro, podría repetir todas las historias y definitivamente las completé todas. Tengo mi árbol genealógico completito. Perfecto. Eso sería entonces con What Remains of Edith Finch. Vamos a cambiar esta cosita. Lo giramos por aquí. Ahí tenemos el chat. Y cerramos el juego. Bien. Quiero ver cuánto dura la historia. No, este juego, si no me equivoco, tenía bastantes cosas. Así que... no. Bueno, si no, le pongo un TFT o algo así y ya está. A ver, a ver. ¿Ya? 30 minutos, una hora. Podría jugar ese, que creo que ya lo empecé a jugar alguna vez, que es de Stanley Parable. No sé cómo se pronuncia. Podría ser. A ver, este otro. 9 horas, no. Eso quizás ya es mucho para hoy. Y 10 horas. Otros ya son más larguitos. Perfecto. Yo creo que ahora voy a iniciar Stanley para Play. Un juego bastante conocido, la verdad. Tampoco es que sea un juego nuevo en el mundo. ¿Lo tengo instalado? Sí, lo tengo instalado. Perfecto. Vamos entonces a editar por aquí. Claro, si solamente dura una media hora o una hora, pues más que suficiente para distraerse un rato aquí. Dejamos aquí las etiquetas. El jueguito. Ups. A ver, a ver, que se inicie esta cosa. Uy, se abrieron una resolución. Malísimo. Vamos a tener que configurar antes de pasarlo a la pantalla. Pantalla 16:9. Aquí, sin bordes. Superior derecha para los mensajes porque a la izquierda tengo la cámara. Campo de visión, dejémoslo en normal. Ok. Me fui por un ratito cambiando las configuraciones, parece. Bueno, pero ya estamos aquí. Audio. Subtítulos activados. Normal nomás, ¿para qué tanto? Y ya está. Pasemos entonces aquí. Bien. Veamos cómo nos va en este jueguito que alguna vez inicié y solo se me quedó en el inicio. A ver qué pasa. El fin es nunca. El fin es nunca el fin. Claro, seguía. El fin nunca es el fin. Nunca es el fin. Ok.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Ajá.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Perfecto.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on the keyboard.
¿Qué más simple que eso?
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Qué trabajo más raro.
Stanley was happy.
Un hombre feliz, Stanley. Eso es bueno.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
¿Qué le pasó a Stanley?
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Ah, y ahora tengo que seguir tus órdenes. Como que nadie le está dando órdenes. ¡Ja! Uy, que camino rápido. Comparado con el juego anterior, aquí corro. Y no tengo pies. Muy bien. 429. Hola, señor 429. El señor.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
supuesto.
simply missed a memo.
Quizás. No, una reunión que no supe que había y... ¿Aló? Hola. ¿Aló,
When
aló?
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
¿Y si entra de la derecha?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Por supuesto, eso era lo que yo quería. ¿Y me van a llevar igual a la de la izquierda?
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Qué bonita habitación. Bueno, qué bueno que los desarrolladores se tomen el tiempo para estos
But
detalles.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Eso. La primera puerta abierta a su izquierda.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Exacto, exacto. ¿Qué estoy haciendo? De verdad, ¿qué estoy haciendo? Creo que arruiné todo el juego desde el principio. Quizás debí haber seguido las instrucciones.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Sí, puede
I'm
que
not
sí.
your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
¿Ella? ¿Quién ella?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Ok. ¿Es ella? ¡Ah! Supongo que me van a reiniciar al inicio. Tiene sentido, reiniciar al inicio. Por haber seguido mal las órdenes. Ok.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
¿Y si no tomo el teléfono? ¿Me puedo desconectar?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double-check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Stephen has a choice. He could spend years helping improve the quality of life for citizens of impoverished third world nations. Or he could systematically set fire to every orphan living in a 30-kilometer radius of his house. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Ok, practicar lo del video. El video básicamente...
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
8 lecciones por
Do you
día.
make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Asumo y entiendo que el juego trata de seguir las direcciones, pero me parece muy entretenido lo que lograron hacer por no seguir direcciones, así que quiero seguir sin seguir direcciones. A ver hasta dónde llegamos. Voy a tener que ir sí o sí. ¿Aló? Ok, está bien. Me ganaron. Voy. ¿Me subo aquí? ¡Ay, me pusieron!
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
O quizás el juego esperaba que yo tomara la decisión mal. ¿Qué pasaría si tomo las decisiones bien? Ahora estoy muy confundido. Ok, estoy volviendo todo el camino atrás.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Tengo muchísima curiosidad de saber qué hay a la derecha.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Ok. Oh, ya no me dejan tomar decisiones incorrectas. Ok.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that you... My story. You've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
Ahora sí que me mandan al principio del juego. Ok, definitivamente el juego ya está roto. Muy bien, pareciera ser que los desarrolladores...
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Puede ser.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
A ver, yo asumo y entiendo que con todo el trabajo que pusieron los desarrolladores en hacer toda una historia sobre equivocarse, es porque esperan que me siga equivocando. Si voy a la derecha y me dicen la misma historia de nuevo, sería bastante decepcionante. Yo asumo que todavía hay más historia que contar para el error, más que para lo correcto.
Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
No, definitivamente hasta aquí llegó lo incorrecto. Una lástima, pero muy bien.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
A ver, vamos aquí. ¡Ah! ¡Ah! Bueno. La sala ahora sí está bien.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ok. Veamos entonces qué nos tiene que contar esta historia, pero la verdadera y no la mía.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hubiera sido bonito que hubieran escaleras hacia abajo. ¿Está la oficina del jefe? ¿Y nosotros ahí abajo? Ah, no. Ah, y en altura, por supuesto. Un jefe humilde.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
No esperarás que lo diga yo, ¿cierto? No creo que este juego tenga...
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
No creo que el juego reconozca mi voz. Black Shark 115.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what?
El juego
it's
está
pretty
dispuesto
humiliating
para
to bring you this
que
far,
falles.
only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way?
Pero si yo fui a la
Say
puerta a la
something to
derecha.
me. Explain yourself, you coward.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay?
El juego está hecho para que falles.
Stanley,
Muy
please.
bien.
I need you to make a choice.
Como que...
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me?
¿Cómo que?
Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important.
¿Cómo que era
The
eso?
story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it.
¿Eso es todo en este juego?
Me?
¿En serio?
Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait.
O hice algo mal.
Time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
El fin nunca es el fin. Lo dice en la pantalla de carga. El fin nunca es el fin.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
El fin nunca es el
Stanley
fin.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
El fin nunca es el fin.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ok, vamos. El fin nunca es el fin. El fin nunca es el fin.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ahora hay una escalera hacia
Coming
abajo.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
El fin nunca es el fin. El fin nunca es el fin. Palabra clave en la pantalla de carga.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down.
Eso es.
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
Eso debe ser, hombre.
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Bueno, entonces sí es un
He
sueño.
imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control. That this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Una petición normal.
I am okay.
Y no desperté.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Okay.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Okay. ¿Cómo?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this. so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Perfecto. Y ahora vuelvo a la elección de la puerta. Ay, qué juego más extraño, Dios mío.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Historia, o si algo cambia por ahí.
Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his
ahora
left.
Sí podría tomar esa de ahí. Veamos qué hay aquí.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
No pasa nada.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
No lo sé.
It's
Me
clearly...
guías, hombre.
Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Yo te espero, no te preocupes.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Ok. Oye. Ahí hay una... Bueno, no importa. Vamos. Despedido. El 104. ¿Cuál era yo? El 200... ¿Y algo? No me acuerdo cuál era yo.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick,
spoiler.
Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Ok, vamos de nuevo. Claramente ahí. Ok.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Puedo reintentar la derecha, pero llegando al fondo.
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Hay muchas cosas para elegir. Oye, ¿no puedo pasar por aquí? Ahora tengo curiosidad por saber qué hay ahí. Esos son pasillos. Ambos llegan como a la misma sala. Hay un pasadizo ahí, claro. Bueno, veamos qué hay aquí. Tengo... Esto llega a la misma sala también. Me causa más curiosidad porque una puerta está cerrada.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No.
But I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again.
Eso, exacto.
It's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Vamos de nuevo.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Quizás me perdí un memo.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Vamos. Puede ser. Ya sabe. ¿Estoy aquí? Ay.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Okay.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
¿Está bien? ¿Lo dices?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off.
Muchas gracias.
Good
Muchas gracias.
job.
Muchas gracias.
Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all.
Yo tampoco.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Tienes razón.
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Vamos de nuevo. Ya no sé hasta qué punto me está gustando esto del fin. Nunca es el fin. Pero es bueno tener una línea amarilla ahora.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
¿Para allá? ¿Y si no sigo la línea?
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Ok, tengo que seguir la línea. Está bien. Discúlpame, narrador. Hoy estaban jugando solitario. Bueno, en fin.
You see,
juego
the
solitario.
line
Bueno, en
knows
fin.
where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
¿Por qué la línea es marca
Here's a thought.
registrada?
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Por
Okay.
supuesto.
Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
Bastante.
Well, I'd like to
Bastante.
apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
¿Por qué no?
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
Bueno.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Ok.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
No sé por qué la línea marca registrada. Eso me parece simpático. Volvimos. ¿Quién es el uno?
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Well, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Bueno, ahí abajo va bien. Ok, volvemos a la línea. No puedo hacer nada aquí. Ah, y cerrado.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Vamos. Es un poco vacío, estimado.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Cerrar el juego sería una buena opción ahora. Estamos caminando en círculos. Algo me dice que se nos coló la línea, amigo.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Sí, por supuesto, yo la ignoro. Ok. Sigamos sin la línea.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Ok, vamos, amigo. Y las dos puertas llegaban aquí.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes?
¿Cómo que Stanley dies?
Determined?
¿Me muero?
So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall.
¿En cuál vamos?
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Espérame.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree?
Por supuesto,
I'm not
amigo.
quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime...
Ok, aquí decía que el narrador ya no se acuerda de los reinicios, no voy a encontrar ningún camino y el juego se va a reiniciar. Después del otro reinicio va a aparecer la línea y la tengo que seguir. Bueno, vamos.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that caught? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Bueno, tenía que intentarlo.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
¿Dónde voy?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Vamos a la izquierda. Vamos.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this when I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid?
Qué largo
Then
este final,
perhaps
de
the
verdad.
strangest
No
question
vuelvo a
of
bajar
them
esa
all
escalera
entered
nunca más.
Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too, surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Nope.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Ya, aquí donde muero y todo bien. Siguiente final, por favor.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Chao. Bien. Ahora sí. No bajar nunca más esa escalera, por favor. Bien.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Vamos a subir porque solo subimos una vez para lo de la voz y tengo curiosidad.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Claro, aquí. Okay. Apreté. Veamos. Otro final pareciera ser.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Llegamos a la parte de abajo. Vamos.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Es un botón por lugar. Ok. Vamos entonces. Un botón por lugar.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Primero aquí arriba hay un botón blanco. Un 4. Supongo que lo tendré que apretar en el lugar 4. Asumiré que sí. Aquí hay un 4. Ok, a buscar el 1, supongo. Uno, 2. Aquí está el 3. Ok, vamos. Vamos, vamos. Uno, dos. Tres. Y si hay un 5, estoy asumiendo que el 4 es el último, pero pueden haber más. De hecho, allá al frente veo un 5. 4 y... quizás hay un 6. Y hay un botón rojo. Quiero apretar el botón rojo. Claramente el 5 no es el último. Estoy buscando si hay un 6. Apretemos el botón rojo nomás. No se puede. Ok. O sea que apreté el 5 y eso fue lo último que pude hacer. Bueno. Y si tengo que escribir 0521. No 421. Hay ceros como para... No lo sé. No lo sé. Allá arriba hay unos pasillos. Veamos qué hay aquí.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Por supuesto, ponerle fin encendiéndolo.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
No.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted?
Jamás.
Control?
Para nada.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
No.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated?
No.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you, running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless, to see you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice.
Podría estar apretando botones.
Sí. It's all the same.
Pero quiero que explote.
All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Bien, volvamos ahí, activamos la bomba, apretamos botones, o volvemos ahí y lo apagamos.
And constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Vamos a apagar esto. Vamos a apagar la machine.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Ah, verdad que había una salida. En la siguiente voy por la salida.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Por supuesto.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Este juego de verdad me tienta demasiado a hacer justo lo contrario. Pero veo que no hay nada más por hacer aquí.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Sin trabajo, pero feliz. Y ahora vuelvo a la oficina. El final nunca es el final.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No sé cuándo terminar.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
¿Cuándo se supone que tengo que terminar esto? A ver, aquí había una salida y yo exijo...
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Ok, tenía la curiosidad de qué había en ese pasillo de escape.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Una buena puerta de escape, debo decir. Ay. Bueno, un momento para honrar a los creadores de esta... no sé si decir maravilla, cosa rara. Esto. Y los computadores. Hay uno instalando algo, hay uno jugando al solitario y hay uno con la base de datos de empleados. Ok. Y ahora... 12. Cuarzo. ¿En serio? Al inicio del desarrollo pensaron en un final donde Stanley terminara en un campo de batalla peleando contra alienígenas. Era demasiado lejos. O sea, hubiera estado simpático. Bueno. Apa. ¿Cuál es tu mensaje? ¿Qué juego más extraño? Claro, yo supongo que debí tomar el teléfono. Ahora ya no lo puedo tomar. Oye, ¿y esto por qué no lo he visto? Ah, ok. A ver qué hay aquí. Uy, aquí ya hay mucho camino. Ordenémonos un poco. Claro, desobediencia, la mantención y bajaba. O ir derechamente a las escaleras. La segunda opción. Ventilación. Ah, eran diferentes versiones. Sí, dejaron la más simple. ¿Un botón rojo gigante? Ah. Quiero ver el trailer. Oh. ¡Ay! Bueno, en fin. Ay, de aquí vengo. Ok. De aquí, eso es la salida. No, no quiero la salida todavía. ¿Qué pasó? El desarrollo de la oficina del jefe. Uy, ¿cuándo terminé? ¿Qué fue? Bueno, el narrador, ahí está, una sección dedicada para él. Yo aquí fue el inicio, ¿no? Claro, y aquí había la escalera que fue por la que subí al principio y me desvié por ahí abajo. Y ahora sí podría subir. ¿Qué hay aquí? Ah, los correos. Y aquí la oficina. Supongo que diferentes diseños de la oficina, muy bien. Ay. Ok, supongo que llegó el momento de irse.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
De vuelta a la oficina, supongo. Ah, ¿qué? ¿No he vuelto a la oficina? Escape y salir. A ver, esperemos. Quizás tiene algo sorprendente para mí. Pero sí, creo que ya no hay mucho más que esto pueda hacer por mí. Aunque no lo sé. Tengo ahora la incertidumbre de apretar botones cuando esté en la cuenta regresiva. Bueno, no lo sé. Probablemente de algo me pierda, pero vamos a dejar esto hasta aquí. Sí, 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 sí. Vamos a dejar esto hasta aquí. Vamos a dejar esto hasta acá. Al menos este juego. Se pega un poco cuando abro o cierro el juego, ¿eh? Bueno, no importa. Luego de dos juegos tan curiosos, creo que voy a jugar un poco de TFT y me retiro. Creo que esa es la mejor opción por ahora. Ya es tiempo de ir pensando en retirarse, así que una o dos partiditas de TFT y me voy. Aún no sé qué pensar del otro juego, de verdad. No, no sé qué pensar del otro juego. Pero bueno, ¿cómo que no se puede? A ver, volvamos aquí. Abrimos de nuevo. ¿Qué acaba de pasar? Abramos de nuevo. ¿No se abrió? Ay, ay, ay. ¿Será que mañana pongo alguno de esos juegos que duran más tiempo y que se ven igual de locos que el primero. Creo que puede ser una buena opción. Puede ser una buena opción. Ah, que el juego está en mantenimiento y en una hora más recién lo liberan. Ok, entonces no puedo jugar un TFT antes de retirarme. Y hay que buscar alguna alternativa. Algo rápido, porque tampoco me quiero ir todavía. Quizás un poco de Halo, Halo, una partidita del COD. Me llama la atención en estos momentos. Sí, creo que vamos a probar algo así. Algún FPS rapidito, unas partidas multijugador rápida. Creo que Halo es la mejor opción en ese sentido. Bien, sí, sí. Hace mucho que no abro Halo, así que no sé en qué está, no sé si necesito alguna actualización, alguna carga. De hecho, después del formateo que no lo abro, probablemente las cargas iniciales van a tomar un ratito. Pero bueno. Veamos qué tal. Veamos qué tal. Vamos a... Y... Perfecto. Algo que necesite cambiar, creo que nada. Sincronizando datos. Claro, si no lo habría desde el formateo. Multijugador, por favor. Eso sí, vamos a mover un poquitito el sonido de la música. Y por ahora creo que no necesito hacer más configuraciones. Ya lo veremos. Ya lo veremos. Estamos con algún tipo de evento. Dejémoslo que cargue bien. Dejémoslo que cargue bien. Duelo cibernético. Cuando termina en 6 días. Consigue asistencias en desgaste y matar enemigos en desgaste. Y desgaste entiendo que es pues este modo, ok. Veamos. A ver qué tal. A ver qué tal. Perfecto. A ver cómo nos va. 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Divine Wind. Igual llevo un rato sin jugar. Esto. Vamos a ver.
Desgaste.
A ver qué tan mal estamos. Ah, ¿cómo? ¿Cuándo pasó eso? Y yo ahí con mi armadura toda desgastada. ¿Ese tipo ya se terminó el evento?
Ronda 1.
Reduce sus vidas restantes a un cero grande y gordo.
Lanzando una granada.
Ah, era aliado. Siento un exceso de... Eso necesito cambiar. Claro, y ahora resulta que no vi... No veo nada. Necesito cambiar el campo de visión. Estoy demasiado cerca. Gracias. Ahora sí. Mucho mejor.
Recargando.
Están casi acabados.
¿Lo alcanzo a matar? Ese era otro.
Hice algo de daño.
Bueno.
Vidas agotadas.
¿Cómo que vidas agotadas?
Zona de peligro en camino.
¿Qué?
Vidas del enemigo agotadas.
Camuflaje activo en camino.
Ronda ganada.
Buenísimo. Oye, qué curioso el modo. No me lo esperaba.
Equipo enemigo casi eliminado.
Ronda 2. Un duelo por equipo durante un ratito y de pronto... ¡Pam! 4 vs 4.
La primera sangre es suya. Hice algo de daño.
¡Me bajaron los escudos! La vieja confiable.
No me dispares una bomba, por favor. Smiley. Uy, ahí estaba aquí.
Casi agotadas.
Los tanques se acercan.
El enemigo ya casi no tiene vidas.
Bueno, fue un momento intenso.
Los juguetes son nuestros.
El enemigo está sobre mí.
¡No!
Vidas agotadas. Zona de peligro en camino.
No, y lo reviven. No me van a poder revivir. No me van a poder. A ver, ¿tú te pasaste el evento?
El enemigo está herido.
No.
Los objetivos están por allí.
No. Estaba difícil.
Ronda final.
Esto casi está terminado. ¡A darles! Por allí. Enemigos a la vista. Tenemos a un compañero. agotadas.
¿Murió? ¿Murió? Creo que se murió y que me mató fue otro.
Vidas del enemigo agotadas. Zona de peligro en camino. Vidas agotadas. ¡Me están hiriendo!
Camuflaje activo en camino.
No, mal. El solo, ¿qué va a hacer el solo? Eso va a ser el solo. Puedes sanar a alguien si nadie te ve. Puedes llegar a sanar a alguien si nadie te ve. Buenísimo. Puedes llegar a sanar a alguien si nadie te ve. Se le va a acabar. Se le va a acabar. ¡Maestro! Maestro. Maestro. ¿Qué más te puedo decir? Maestro. 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 Entonces avancé un nivel aquí y aquí nada. Ok. Bueno, podría seguir buscando otras 5 asistencias para llegar al nivel 2, que es pintura para una arma. Podría equipar esa pose, pero me gusta la que tengo por ahora. En realidad, mejor decir que llegó el momento de retirarse y ya está. Y ya está. Es hora. Bueno. Entonces, nada más que decir. Más que fue un gusto. Un día más. Y pues nos estamos viendo. Espero que mañana. Adiós.